Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Tonight I'm bringing something a little different, starting with a brand new original true story that honestly made me question whether I should be living in such a quiet neighborhood, followed by a special compilation that combines two of my favorite episodes from the past year. These aren't the usual haunted mansion tales or big city nightmares. These are the kind of experiences that happen in places where everyone waves at each other from their front porches, but somehow the most unsettling things happen right under everyone's noses. It's wild how the most ordinary locations can hold the strangest experiences. Before we dive in, hitting that like button and subscribing really does help the channel grow, and the bell notification is useful since new episodes drop regularly. Just so everyone knows, there will only be ads in the first 15 to 20 minutes maximum. But after that, it's completely uninterrupted storytelling, followed by hours of gentle rain sounds for sleep. So yeah, settle in somewhere comfortable because we're about to explore some places where the population signs might not tell the whole story. The rental listing had been too good to be true. A fully furnished two-story house on a private island near Clayton, available for the entire summer at a fraction of what similar properties commanded. Sarah Chen should have known there was a catch. She stood at the ferry dock with her younger sister Maya, watching their temporary home grow larger across the dark water of the St. Lawrence River. The house rose from the island like something from a Gothic novel, its early 20th century bones wrapped in peeling white paint and crowned with a slate roof that had seen better decades. "It's got character," Maya said, though her voice carried the same uncertainty Sarah felt. The ferry captain, a weathered man who'd introduced himself only as Pete, cut the engine as they approached the small dock. "You ladies sure about staying the whole summer?" he asked, not for the first time during their 20-minute crossing. "We're sure," Sarah replied, though she wasn't. The academic sabbatical she'd been granted was supposed to be for writing her dissertation on 19th century American folklore, but lately she'd been questioning everything: her research, her career, her life choices. Maya, fresh out of college and drifting, had jumped at the chance to spend a summer away from their parents' expectations. Pete helped them unload their bags, his movements efficient, but hurried. "I'll be back Friday with supplies," he said. "Radio's in the kitchen if you need anything urgent." He paused, one foot already back on his boat. House has been empty for a while. Might take some getting used to. Before either sister could ask what he meant, Pete was already pulling away, leaving them alone on the dock with their luggage and a growing sense of unease. The house's interior smelled of dust and old wood, with undertones of something Sarah couldn't identify. Not quite decay, but the scent of time itself. The downstairs was spacious, with a living room that faced the river through tall windows, a kitchen that belonged to the 1950s, and a dining room dominated by a table that could seat 8. "Upstairs," Maya suggested, shouldering her duffel bag. The staircase creaked under their weight, each step announcing their presence to the empty house. The second floor centered around a small landing with 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. A narrow closet covered by a floor-to-ceiling curtain occupied one corner of the landing. Sarah chose the bedroom facing the river, while Maya took the one at the back of the house. They spent the afternoon unpacking and settling in, but as evening approached, the house seemed to grow heavier around them, as if the walls were absorbing the last of the daylight. They were standing at the foot of the stairs, discussing dinner plans when it happened. Thud, thud, thud. The sound came from directly above them, heavy, deliberate footsteps crossing the second floor from one end to the other. Sarah felt her blood turn to ice water. "There's someone in the house," Maya whispered, her face pale in the dim light. Sarah's mind raced through possibilities. Pete hadn't mentioned a caretaker. The house had been locked when they arrived. There was no other boat at the dock, no way for anyone to have reached the island without them knowing. "Stay here," Sarah said, though her voice shook. She climbed the stairs slowly, each creak of the old wood amplified in the silence. The landing was empty. She checked each bedroom, the bathroom, even the narrow closet behind the curtain. Nothing. "Nobody's up here," she called down to Maya, but the words felt hollow. Someone or something had been walking across that floor. She'd heard it as clearly as she'd ever heard anything in her life. That night, Sarah lay in bed listening to the house settle around her. Old houses made noise, she told herself. Thermal expansion, shifting foundations, mice in the walls. There were rational explanations for everything. At 2:30 a.m., she was jolted awake by a sound that made her heart hammer against her ribs. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Something was being dragged across her bedroom floor, moving slowly toward her bed. The sound was deliberate, purposeful, like fingernails on wood or metal scraping against the floorboards. Sarah's hand fumbled for the bedside lamp, her breath coming in short gasps. The moment the light flooded the room, the sound stopped. She sat up, scanning every corner of the space. Her suitcase sat where she'd left it. Her clothes hung undisturbed in the open closet. The hardwood floor showed no scratches, no signs that anything had been dragged across it. But she'd heard it. She'd felt it in her bones, that deliberate scraping moving closer and closer to where she lay vulnerable in the dark. The next morning, Maya looked as exhausted as Sarah felt. "Did you hear anything last night?" Sarah asked over coffee. Maya's cup rattled against the saucer as she set it down. "Something was moving around in my room, like something was being dragged across the floor. It woke me up around 2:30. Sarah's blood chilled. The same time, the same sound. "I turned on the light and it stopped," Maya continued. "But Sarah, I checked everywhere. There was nothing there." They spent the day trying to rationalize what they'd experienced. Old house, unfamiliar sounds, overactive imaginations. But as night fell again, both sisters found themselves reluctant to go upstairs. At 3 a.m., Sarah was yanked from sleep by a sound that made her sit bolt upright. Slam. A door had been thrown shut somewhere below them, with such violence that the entire house seemed to shudder. It wasn't the sound of wind catching a door. This was the sound of rage, of something hurling a door closed with inhuman force. Sarah crept to her bedroom door and listened. The house was silent now, but she could feel Maya's presence in the next room. Probably awake and listening too. In the morning, they checked every door in the house. All were in the same positions they'd been in the night before. The kitchen door that led to the back porch was still propped open with the wooden wedge they'd used to let in the morning breeze. The front door was still locked. Nothing had changed, yet something had slammed a door with enough force to shake the entire structure. "Look at this," Maya said from the landing. Sarah joined her sister, following her gaze to the curtain that covered the narrow closet. The heavy fabric was moving, rippling from top to bottom in a steady, rhythmic pattern. "Is there a window?" Sarah asked, though she already knew there wasn't. The landing had no windows, no source of air current. They stood there for several minutes, watching the curtain undulate like something was breathing behind it. Finally, Sarah had enough. She strode forward and yanked the curtain aside. A broom leaned against the back wall. 2 paint cans sat on a shelf. Nothing else. But the moment she let the curtain fall back into place, it resumed its rhythmic movement. That night brought new horrors. Maya was awakened by a sound like a saw scraping back and forth against metal, coming from just outside her window. When she looked out, she saw nothing. No trees close enough to scrape against the glass. No animals. No explanation for the harsh, deliberate noise that had pulled her from sleep. Sarah's night was interrupted by another violent door slam at 2:30 a.m., followed by the sound of her bedroom window, a heavy wooden casement that required significant force to close, slamming shut with a bang that made her ears ring. By morning, both sisters were exhausted and on edge. Over breakfast, they made a decision that felt both necessary and impossible. "We need to find out who lived here," Sarah said. Maya nodded. "And what happened to them?" The Clayton Library's local history section was small but thorough. It didn't take long to find records of their rental house. The property had been owned by the Whitmore family since 1923. James Whitmore had been a successful businessman with interests in shipping and lumber. His wife Eleanor had been born and raised in the Thousand Islands, her family among the area's earliest settlers. Eleanor Whitmore had died in the house in 1987. The circumstances were listed simply as natural causes, but the librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Patterson, remembered more. "Oh, the Whitmore place," she said when Sarah mentioned the address. Eleanor was such a lovely woman, born right here in Clayton, never lived anywhere else. When she passed, James couldn't bear to stay. He remarried a few years later, a woman from the city. They'd come up for summers, but she trailed off. But what? Maya prompted. Well, there were stories. Guests who wouldn't stay the night. Strange sounds, cold spots, that sort of thing. James stopped renting it out after a while. Too many complaints. That evening, the sisters sat in the living room as darkness fell around the house. They'd made a decision. Eleanor, Sarah said, addressing the empty air. If you're here, we want you to know that we're not trying to intrude. We're just here for the summer. We respect this house and your connection to it. Maya nodded. We're not here to cause trouble. Maybe we can coexist? The house was silent for a long moment. Then, as if in response, the curtain on the landing began its rhythmic dance. They went to bed that night with something approaching hope. Maybe acknowledgement was all that was needed. Maybe Eleanor Whitmore just wanted to be recognized, to have her presence in the house validated. At 11:30 p.m., they learned how wrong they were. The smoke alarm on the landing erupted in a piercing shriek that had both sisters stumbling from their beds in panic. Sarah's heart hammered as she rushed toward the sound, expecting to see flames, to smell smoke. Instead, she found Maya on the landing, staring at the smoke detector with wide, terrified eyes. Then came the voice. Fire! Fire! Evacuate! Evacuate! Evacuate now! It was a woman's voice, disembodied and desperate, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The words echoed through the house with an urgency that made Sarah's skin crawl. But there was no fire, no smoke, no heat, just the piercing wail of the alarm, and the ghostly voice commanding them to flee. As suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The alarm fell silent, the voice faded, the house returned to its oppressive quiet. Sarah and Maya stood on the landing, clutching each other, both shaking. We're leaving, Maya whispered. First thing in the morning, we're leaving. But morning brought a problem they hadn't anticipated. Pete wasn't scheduled to return until Friday. Still 3 days away. The radio in the kitchen crackled with static when Sarah tried to reach him, and their cell phones had no signal on the island. They were trapped. The next 2 nights passed in a blur of terror. Eleanor Whitmore, for they were certain now, that's who haunted the house, seemed to grow more aggressive with each passing hour. Doors slammed at all hours, windows flew open and shut. The scratching sounds in their bedrooms grew louder, more insistent. On their final night, Sarah woke to find her bedroom window, the one closest to her bed, completely closed. She remembered leaving it open for the breeze, but now it was shut tight, the old wood swollen in its frame, as if it had been closed for years. Something had been inches from her face while she slept. Something had wanted that window closed, had stood right beside her bed in the darkness. When Pete's ferry finally appeared on Friday morning, both sisters were waiting on the dock with their packed bags. Leaving early, Pete asked, though his expression suggested he wasn't surprised. The house isn't for us, Sarah said simply. Pete nodded as he loaded their luggage. Eleanor doesn't like sharing, he said quietly. Never did, even when she was alive. As the ferry pulled away from the island, Sarah looked back at the house one final time. For just a moment, she thought she saw a figure in one of the upstairs windows, a woman in white, watching them leave. 6 months later, Sarah received an email from the rental agency. The house was being put up for sale. Attached was a link to the real estate listing, complete with professional photographs of the interior. Sarah clicked through the images with morbid curiosity, remembering the terror of those summer nights. The living room looked peaceful in the daylight, the kitchen quaint and charming. But when she reached the exterior shots, photos taken from the water to show the house's position on the island, she felt her blood turn to ice. There, in the window of what had been her bedroom, was the unmistakable figure of a woman. She was leaning slightly forward, wearing a long white dress in the style of the early 20th century. Her gray hair was swept back, and though the image was distant, Sarah could make out the basic details of her face. Eleanor Whitmore was still there, still watching, still waiting for the next unsuspecting renters to cross her threshold. Sarah closed the laptop and never looked at the listing again. But sometimes in the quiet moments before sleep, She could still hear that desperate voice echoing through her memory. Evacuate, evacuate, evacuate now. And she wondered if Eleanor had been trying to warn them all along. Not about a fire, but about something far worse. About the danger of staying too long in a house where the dead refused to rest. The house sold 3 months later to a couple from New York City looking for a summer retreat. Sarah never tried to contact them, never tried to warn them. Some lessons she'd learned could only be taught by experience. And Eleanor Whitmore was a very patient teacher. Jordan Valley, Oregon. It's a tiny town near the southern Oregon/Idaho border. My family and I are from California, and we would drive up to Idaho to see family. Once we'd stopped in Jordan Valley to get gas. We pulled up to the gas station and waited for the attendant to come out to pump our gas. Used to be an Oregon law that you couldn't pump your own gas, I think. The attendant saw us, got up, and went to walk outside. Then we saw him squint as he tried to read our license plate. I'm assuming he saw the California plates because he quickly closed the blinds and never came out. My mom thought the town was charming, but my dad and I got a really creepy vibe. She wanted to drive around a bit and see the town. The whole time we didn't see a single person other than the gas station attendant. No one walking around, no one driving, no one at the elementary school, nothing. Years later, I did some research and found out that there had been human and bovine mutilations there that are still considered unsolved. People and bulls were found with their blood drained, genitals cut off, and anuses removed. I think the FBI got involved, but I'm not sure what happened. The local police claimed that it was a cult thing. Umatilla, Oregon. Back in 1941, it built a chemical weapons depot to store our own supplies of VX gas, HD blister agent, and other nerve agents in preparation for World War II. After the war ended and chemical weapons became forbidden for use in war, they set up the facility to destroy them in 2004. My grandfather was one of the engineers in charge of overseeing their destruction. Every month or two, you'd hear air raid sirens going off, a test of the emergency system in place to warn people to start stealing their homes with plastic sheeting and duct tape and don their gas masks, if you had one. Chemical weapons have all been destroyed as of 2011, but I grew up in that town from 2004 to 2007. It was always pretty worrying being woken up by the sirens and wondering, is it just another test, or has there been an accident? The worst time I can recall was the local McNary Dam was using explosive to do some sort of expansion in the middle of summer break, and then hearing the alarms going off shortly thereafter. I was home alone and started sealing windows as fast as I could before a fire department vehicle came rolling through the streets, announcing over the bullhorn that it was just the dam workers doing their thing. There's a road on the outskirts of Los Gatos, California, called Hicks Road. Legend has it that there are naked, wild, cannibalistic albinos out there. I saw them once. Also on the road is an abandoned mental hospital. It's all boarded up, but somehow people still hear footsteps walking on the unreachable floor above them. Apparently they had to shut the institution down because people would escape every so often, only to be found nearby, eaten alive by humans. There's something called Hell's Gate. I guess it's an evil rock or something. There's also a little town at the top of the road. First, screw that place. Second, double screw that place. There's maybe 13 trailers and hand-built houses up there. They all have Confederate flags. The few people I saw looked more hillbilly than I could have imagined. They just stared at me. They all had very few teeth and overalls. Scared the ever-living crap out of me. Every time I tell someone about this, they want me to take them there. No. But if you must know where the albinos are, it's the first road on the right after the second bridge after you pass the church. Make a left at the fork and drive up a bit. But don't say I didn't warn ya. There's a small town near Homeland Security in South Carolina. You have to branch off onto a dead road, and eventually there's a park. It was so eerie that the park looked like it went through World War III and barely survived. Any buildings or structures were destroyed and had their windows shattered. The playground was rusted looking, and the homes behind the park looked abandoned. There was a large field to the left of the park, but if you felt like you'd fall over dead if you got out of the car. Eventually, a couple DHS agents showed up in the field in their suits and were kicking around a ball. I think it was a basketball while watching us. We immediately noped out and went to a family cemetery, while the DHS continued following us around. At some point, we kept driving around and saw some old buildings on a lonesome road. One old-looking cranking woman was sitting on her porch, and nearby was a crematorium that my dad went into to use the restroom. The DHS stopped following us after we went into a historic black cemetery next to our cemetery, but my dad's friend said that he would spot DHS agents outside his home over the next week or so. It was a very creepy time, but it sucks that I didn't have my phone on me at the time. I'm curious what the park looks like now, a decade later.
Centralia, Pennsylvania.
Once a small, quaint town in the middle of Pennsylvania, Centralia wasn't known for much, except that there was coal underground. Like most coal mining towns, if you lived there, it's probably because you worked for the coal company. It was for all purposes, an average middle America Midwest, boring small town where nothing exciting ever happened. A sort of purgatory for living creatures, until the inner reaches of hell would begin to crumble the foundation of Centralia, turning it into an abandoned ghost town. See, by May of 1962, Centralia had a lot of trash, but no official place to dump it except for a strip mine which had been recently repurposed as a landfill. Problem with trash is, it doesn't just go away over time. Things like plastics, metals, etc. have a tendency to stick around for a while, the landfill needing cleaning, and there was a lot of debate on how to go about cleaning it. Fire is pretty good at removing most things, but for good reasons, setting a landfill on fire is typically prohibited. Still, the town council of Centralia decided to do so anyway, and utilizing their fire department, they set the whole thing ablaze. Later that night, they attempted to put out the fire with water, but found the next morning it was still ablaze in places. Funny thing about coal, it has a tendency to burn. Despite repeat attempts at extinguishing the flame, the landfill continued to burn, and as the fires continued to spread like small little cracks forming on ice, it began to move towards the operational mines. In time, most of Centralia was on fire, at least underneath the ground. As hell raged beneath the good people of Centralia, the town council and government officials blundered their way through it, thinking of ways to extinguish it, but never doing so due to costs or lack of interest. Even the EPA failed to get involved in the problem. In time, the temperatures began to rise, sidewalks began to melt, gasoline reached critical heat levels, gases rose from the cracks that formed, a child nearly fell into a pit that opened in their backyard. As the residents of Centralia looked around and saw the foundations of their house crumble, as they were let go from their work, they decided to pack up and move out. Some of the structures that once belonged to this town still stand, but most of it has been torn down for safety reasons, or crumbled altogether. Route 61, which once connected Centralia to the rest of the world, has been abandoned and cut off. While the residents have long abandoned this once quiet little town,
The fires below have continued to burn, and will do so for another 200 years. So I realized I actually have a couple stories here. This might be long. Please stop or read however much you wanna. I was introduced to Pahusa by my then best friend, who had found himself living in an ex-cowboy boarding house. This was in the 2010s, and it was just getting converted to electricity. It had many individual rooms, and the one my friend and I stayed in was the furthest from his roommate, and had a window facing the desolate yet picturesque downtown. The room had a hand-painted 1900s Coca-Cola advertisement on the wall, preserved by the hasty addition of the room to house an overflow of long-dead cowboys. My friend and I took it upon ourselves to rearrange his room. It was a creative high impulse, so we were laughing, sweeping and moving furniture around. As we are working and talking, then the distinct sound of a muffled argument begins to rise. We had heard it faintly before, but it hadn't fully registered until the sound began to get louder. A dog began barking. The argument was between a man and a woman. No animals or others were remotely close to this building. We rushed to the windows to see if someone was outside causing this loud disturbance, but of course the street was empty. The sound continued to wobble in and out. It was a man and a woman, and we could just almost understand them. We rushed outside to see if we were just hearing something we couldn't see, but it was eerily silent. That's when we realized the sound was coming from that room. Spooky, but somehow, with the help of lots of weed, we slept in that room that night. Story 2. I came to visit him a second time. I arrived late and we ended up falling asleep early. We shared his massive bed because partially, I was a little too scared to sleep alone. Each dorm in this ex-boarding house was scarier than the next. So yeah, I slept with him in the aforementioned ghost arguing room. So we both fall asleep fast until I wake up at 3 a.m. I kid you not, my heart pounding. I look at my phone in disbelief at the devil's hour, as my heart continues to beat hard, and I feel fear crawl up my spine. I'm begging myself not to look into the main little living space of his room, but my eyes are immediately drawn there. It's strangely cloudy in there, and dark, but so I tell myself it's my eyes unable to adjust. My head, however, is still screaming something's wrong. Something's not right. So I watch as more white cloudy fog rolls into the room. It was like some imaginary fog machine was on, and some rock and roll madman was determined to fill the arena. This fog didn't drift on the air, though. Oh no, it was thick like cotton candy and stayed in place, filling the room. It was like giant storm clouds. I expected a crackle of lightning any minute. The energy was palpable. I immediately began reciting a Buddhist prayer in my head, while simultaneously internally screaming, "Don't show yourself to me. I'm scared. Please, I can't handle this." I am also desperately trying not to pee my pants. I'm so freaked. It's 3:30. I'm watching this mystical energy. Clouds fill the room before my eyes, and no blinking or eye rubbing is making it go away. I keep repeating the prayer and my "leave me alone" mantra until I just finally wake up in the morning. Story 3. Different setting. Outskirt of this town. So my friend is a Great Gatsby type. Someone who is charming, talented, and intermingles with rich people until they end up rich. He wasn't a thief or con artist, but he was learning to work the system from old money. I was his poor hometown friend who knew him as he really was, and was sometime taken on these rides. He house sat for a rich man's ancestral family home, expertly hidden in Pahusa. The man lived in a major metropolitan city, but still kept up with the old home. Rich people strangely love this town. I guess that's how Reed Drummond ended up there. The home still had all the family heirloom furniture from the 40s in its original places. Gorgeous antique lampshades decaying on the pole. Everything was beautiful but slowly disintegrating from time. We were instructed to sleep upstairs, but the rooms were even worse. They had kept the rooms from his and his sister's teenage years.
He was a gray-haired old man. So these beds were from the 50s or 60s.
The only decor was old designer furniture. All extremely nice stuff, but all finally succumbing to time. The place looked like something out of a horror movie. It was almost comical. Then we checked out the attic. Even more priceless antiques stacked and decaying. It looked almost exactly like that scene in The Conjuring, where they find the basement full of old creepy furniture. It was so creepy it was nearly comical. The one redeeming factor to this house was we got to watch 3 adorable dogs. And there was a recently built addition apartment to the building that usually housed a tenant. The tenant was out of town, and we were told not to spend too much time in that area. It was unfortunately the only area of the house that felt normal. We tried to avoid it, but we always ended up over there. So night rolls in. My friend is determined to sleep in our assigned bedrooms. We are staring at each other exhausted, but neither of us will make a move. "You go up first, I'll be right behind you," I tell him. The upstairs is pitch black and feels like it's cutting into me. I see fear rush over his face. We lock eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Steps echo from upstairs. We both run as fast as we can into the tenant's addition and jump in his bed like kids running from the boogeyman. We slept there every night and cleaned up after ourselves, but we just couldn't stay in the main area. It was alive with all that energy that flows through Pahusa. If you made it this far, thanks for reading. This will probably get buried in the comments, but I'll share anyway, since it's the creepiest moment I've ever experienced in my life. We were on a road trip that started in Wisconsin, and the end goal was to end up in the Canadian Rockies. We started out west with the goal to get to Montana, then head north about where Calgary is, then continue a bit west. We had done lots of camping in the South Dakota, Wyoming, and Colorado areas, and we're used to seeing and stopping in small rural cowboy towns, as we like to call them. Well, nothing quite prepared us for our stop in Montana. We assumed Montana would be like Wyoming. Few big cities, but mostly small rural ones, and lots of land of nothing in between. We had often stopped in smaller towns since they usually have KOA campgrounds that we can stop in for the night for cheap, then keep going early the next morning. It was getting to be about time to stop for the night, and we were a bit west of Billings,
About to start heading north towards Glacier National Park,
where we wanted to do a little vising before crossing into Canada. We found a small town. I can't remember the name of it now, because we didn't end up staying long, but the population sign about 200-ish. Can't remember exact number. And we saw a campground, a hotel, 1 gas station, and 1 restaurant. We pulled up to the gas station, and while we were filling up, we didn't see a single person on the street or anywhere, and it was early evening, about 5 p.m.-ish. We are just standing around looking at the old buildings and the gas station garage area. Suddenly we saw movement in a window. The blinds were down but open, and we saw what looked like a child in the corner, but he was bald, and he quickly moved away when he saw we noticed him. We were going to go into the store area to buy some food and drinks, but decided to keep moving. Creepy as hell. It reminded us of being in the Hills Have Eyes or something. Same landscape, same creepy gas station. We finish filling and then get back in the car and stop about 2 blocks away at the only restaurant in town. It was a dinky little place, named Pat's Diner. There was 2 cars in the parking lot, and the open sign was on. So we figured, hey, it's the only place here and we gotta eat, so let's go. As we approach, we can hear lots of people talking and laughing inside. Seems like a nice place. What happened next was both the most confusing and disturbing thing I've ever been a part of. I feel like I walked into some B horror movie. As soon as we open the door and step in, everyone in the whole place instantly stops talking, moving, doing whatever they were doing, and turns around and stares at us. The place was packed. I figure there were probably 10, 15 tables, but like 50 plus people in this place. We just stood there in silence for what seemed like hours, but was probably only 10 seconds. All of a sudden, this very old lady in the booth right in front of us slowly turns her head around, wearing 2 eye patches, and says in a creepy old voice, "What do you want here?" All of us immediately turn around and literally ran back to the car, got in, and got back on the road. We didn't know what the hell had just happened. It was like a crossover scene of No Country for Old Men meets Hills Have Eyes. I feel like if we had stayed, we would have been murdered or made into couches. We didn't stop until we got out of Montana and into Canada, where all we saw was bears and mountains for days.
My wife grew up in a small town in West Virginia. When she was in high school, 3 of her friends were driving drunk after prom. They hit a tree, rolled off the mountain road into a shallow part of a river. Everyone was killed. In the half-buried wreckage in the silt, they found bloody handprints inside the rear window. One of the girls was still alive after the car hit the water, and it apparently tried to break out of the back window. The rear of the car was above water, before she either succumbed to her injuries or drowned. My wife was supposed to be riding with them that night, but suddenly got called into work. And since she didn't have a date, we were engaged and I was working in another state, she just left the prom early, got a ride to work, clocked in and worked her shift. It was only the next morning when she heard about the accident. A wife kept her dead husband in the house for I do believe 8 years with their children. She convinced them that daddy was in a diabetic coma, brought him to the dinner table and everything. She was an RN, and they of course never questioned why daddy didn't eat for 8 years. My aunt bought the farmhouse for a really good price. Crazy story too. Wife came up missing, purse still at home. Teenage kids that I went to school with kept asking where mom was. They were told that she got mad and left. The oldest son knew that something was wrong and kept asking questions. Dad was spending quality time in the basement. Well, oldest son looked into the window and seen parts of his mom. He went to the police and they started inquiring more. Come to find out, he killed her and chopped her up with a blender and buried her in the backyard. And then took the blender back to Sears for a refund because it wasn't working properly. There were bone fragments, blood and hair lodged into the motor. We got lost on our way to Centralia, Pennsylvania. We ended up on a gravel road, winding up the side of a wooden mountain. At the end of the road was a well, which turned out to be a well-maintained memorial for firemen. Then our eyes drifted from the sign to the house in the woods behind it. Tiny wooden cottage in the middle of nowhere. In the trees of the property, in a large radius from the house, all sorts of stuff was hanging from the trees, dangling from branches, nailed to trunks, stuck on extra metal poles sticking in the ground. It was everything your nightmares could have conjured. Ancient stuffed animals rotting in the wind. Even older yellow plastic lawn sunflowers gone brown. Dangling lawn chairs, and some painted wooden pigs that had been wrapped to the trunks with duct tape and extension cords. Needless to say, we got out of there fast. This kid I knew, his name was Sandy. We watched the movie Warlock dozens of times and became convinced if he drank the fat of a male virgin, he would get the power to fly. He was about 13 years old when he murdered a 6-year-old boy. He waited at a playground, then told a kid to follow him into the woods, where he attacked him with a rock. They found a slice of the kid's fat boiling on his stove at home. That's it in a nutshell. I don't even know if I need to read any other comments. I guess my hometown has one weird way to party. Once every 2 years, on the first Thursday of the year, we build up a 3 to 4 meter tall statue made of paper. It represents the devil, and we often make its eyes glow and make it throw fire from his mouth. So during 7 days, we disguise ourselves. We drink, we dance, we wander around talking with random strangers and listening to loud traditional music. Then we burn the paper statue. By the way, this is in Colombia. I live in a very small town in Texas. At a shop nearby, more like a hoarding house. This thing is full to the brim of tons of random stuff. There was a sign posted on the front window. On the sign was a beat-up truck with some dents, scratches, and broken windows. It looked like someone took a bat to it. There were no formalities. The sign had a picture, and under it, in big black magic marker, "Who done this?" I have never laughed so hard in my life. This one time, I came across a town that was run by a cult. As soon as I arrived in the village, someone immediately asked me for a donation. The really weird thing was how everyone was really into the color blue. Like, all their houses were blue. Even the trees were bluish. Cult members actually wore all blue, blue masks included. They actually seemed kind of violent and destroyed some property like a bridge. Later on, I heard that the cult leader actually kidnapped a girl to try and use her psychic power as a priestess for the cult. I also heard the leader used to paint cars for a living. It was definitely pretty bizarre. The area around Manly, Louisiana. The town was nice, great Mexican food. But once you're out of town, it's 30 minutes on bad roads to the highway. I was sent out there for a job. Nothing is paved. County roads are gravel or dead-end into gullies. Wild dogs roaming around, and random houses are just abandoned in the woods. Locals from town won't go into some of the areas like Cochetta. Nothing matches the map, and there was no cell service. I passed an abandoned hospital or something like that. It was a sign and then foundations in the woods. The creepiest part was I was talking to some locals and a guy tells me out of nowhere, "Oh yeah, I saw you by the lake. Figured you weren't from here." I hadn't seen him there at all. It was a 1-lane dirt road. He kept talking, and it turned out he knew where I'd been all day. He and his friends had kept tabs on me, and his smile scared the ever-living crap out of me. I've never left a town so fast. I feel like this comment doesn't fully explain the weirdness and creepiness of the abandoned houses, wild dogs, and locals keeping tabs on me all day.
Orange Cove, California. A few years back, my wife and I were traveling up to the Sequoias, and we took a new shortcut route as we had a new baby, and were looking for a park to stop off at so she could nurse him and we could give him a change. Google showed us this park at the end of a cul-de-sac. We drive in and we're chatting and not really paying attention because we've gone to the Sequoias for years and it just seemed like business as usual. But little things on the street are starting to register with me almost subconsciously. There are like 10 or 20 dogs just roaming free on the street. Every house is barred and chain linked, and a few people are starting to come out of their houses to watch as we drive. We get to the park, and it's completely broken down and overgrown, but we're still talking, and we get out to go sit on a bench so she can feed the kid. As we get out, I notice there's a large dumpster sitting wideways in the street next to the park that looks out of place and purposeful. Then as we sit and start to lay out the changing pad to change his diaper, I look at the graffiti on the picnic benches. There's the normal, inscrutable writings and various forms of penises. But then I notice these incredibly brutal depictions of, like, dismembered cops. It just felt like they were warnings, and not just drawings. Right then, this truck pulls up, past the dumpster that was in the road, and then backs up until it's almost touching the dumpster. And I immediately realize why the dumpster is positioned like that, so that no one can see that truck from the main street. The men just stay in the truck looking at us. My wife is still talking and I say, "Let's go. We need to get back to the car." Normally she'd question me or say some banter about me telling her what to do, but something about my tone and she immediately got up and said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Let's just get in the car. No car seat. Keep him in your lap." I open the door and get both of them in, move as quickly as I can to the driver's side, get in, and make a quick U-turn back down the road. As we're driving out, the truck starts following us, and almost every house now has people standing at the front of their chain-link fences, watching us. We get back to the main road, turn off, and the truck stops following us. We pull over a few blocks down and take stock of the almost ghost town this main road goes down. We put our kid back in his car seat, do a quick Google search for Orange Cove, and find that at the time it had one of the densest gang populations in California, and vow never to go back there again. Cranon, Wisconsin. Some pretty messed up stuff has happened there. In 1979, a troubled teenager stabbed a woman and her toddler and infant to death. His name isn't in any of the articles because he was a minor at the time. There had been rumors around that pets in the area would disappear and or be found dead prior to this incident. Some other fun things. He's still locked up today, and one of the victim's siblings has been corresponding with him and believes he has found Jesus and has been rehabilitated. The psychologists seem pretty convinced he's just really manipulative and will kill again if he ever gets the opportunity. In 2007, a sheriff's deputy put on his tactical SWAT gear and massacred a homecoming party because someone at the party had previously dared to insult him. There's one other incident I'm aware of. I believe it was around the years 2000 to 2003, a long time ago. So I can't find any online articles about it because the above mass shooting really floods the search results. And this one wasn't in the city itself. It was in the woods maybe 15 miles outside town. Cranon is the only incorporated community in the whole county. Basically, these three guys were involved in a check forging scheme, and they got wind that one of them might be getting cold feet and thinking about cutting a deal with the authorities. So the other two guys do what anyone would do. They invited their buddy to go hunting. I think they were from a different part of Wisconsin, but Forest County is popular for hunting and quite isolated and rural. He won a Darwin Award that season because he accepted the invitation. I was pretty young at the time, but I remember on the news they found the body not long after it happened, as I used to hunt in this same area with my dad. They were under a mile from us on opening morning. It's virtually a guarantee we heard the shots. I remember distinctly, just before dawn, a couple isolated shots, maybe 20 to 30 minutes before the usual flurry, after the deer get up and start foraging for the day. It's chilling to think of the possibility of bumping into people like that. We all have guns, but you're not there with the expectation of people using them on each other. If someone does decide to turn hostile, the element of surprise usually guarantees the gun doesn't save you. There was an incident around 100 miles away from there, another year, where a guy was trespassing on someone's 400-acre private land. They told him, rudely, to vacate. He killed like 6 of the people who were hunting there in retaliation. Anyway, haven't been to the area in a very long time. The majority of the people there are honestly super friendly and decent. But when someone gets a screw loose, they really get a screw loose. Plus, I just think maybe the fact it is so rural and out of the way that a certain element might feel it's a good place to put more space between themselves and the scrutiny of others. Portlock, Alaska. Brian Weed is the co-founder of a group called Juneau's Hidden History that primarily keeps track of things through their Facebook page. He has traveled all over Juneau and many other Alaskan towns in search of natural history and stories. His group plans frequent hikes in the area to places that have some sort of story to tell, or just to see the natural beauty of the state. Weed started the story with a peculiar death in the 1930s. A logger was out working, and something or someone hit him over the head with a huge piece of logging equipment, something that one man couldn't have lifted. When they found his body, there was blood on the equipment, and there was no way that one person could have done it. He was a good 10 feet from the logging equipment, so it's not like he slipped, fell, and hit his head. It looked more like someone picked it up and bonked him over the head. There are lots of accounts of creatures being seen in the area. The local natives started talking about a creature, a hairy Bigfoot-type Yeti monster, and it was called the Nantianak, or Big Hairy Creature as it was called. At that same time, the villagers talked about seeing a spirit of a woman dressed in black clothes that would come out on the cliffs above town. They described her dress as being so long that she would have to drag it. She had a very white face and would scream and moan. The villagers would hear something and then she would disappear back into the cliff face. In the 1920s, a man by the name of Albert Petka supposedly scared off the hairy creature with his dogs, but not before receiving a fatal blow to the chest. According to the stories, Petka survived to explain what happened, but died to his wounds soon after. There are also reports of prospectors and hunters going missing frequently to the point that it became commonplace. Their bodies were allegedly found in a creek, as if their limbs had been ripped apart. A school teacher in the 1970s even talked about growing up in Portlock, and also told stories of people being afraid of what could be lurking in the night. Weed considered himself a skeptic and explained what the Nantianak could have been mistaken for. Maybe they were seeing an extremely large bear in the area. From a distance of, say, 100 feet, your brain has never seen a bear that big, so you put together an idea of what you think you saw. If the bear is standing up, say in the 10 to 12 foot range, it may be the biggest bear you've ever seen, and so your brain may not put together that that's a bear. Maybe you're seeing it from a strange angle, or it's too close to trees so you can't see its whole shape. Regardless of his skepticism, there is something uncanny about several groups of people being fearful of this monster. It's definitely an interesting story, but people swear by this. For the locals that grew up in the area, this thing has apparently existed for hundreds of years. There was a small village site at Portlock before it was founded, and those people had originally moved away. When the 1930s incident started to happen, most of the Russian Aleuts actually moved out of town for a year. The people running the cannery basically begged their workers to come back, and they set up armed guards for a short period of time, trying to get their workers back in town. Monster or no, people abandoned Portlock en masse. That we can establish as the facts. Those people did leave the town. We know when the town and post office shut down. We know that there are reported murders in the area. They called them murders, but they also included people that just went lost in those reports. We're not talking about a dozen people. We're talking like 3 dozen people. If we have a serial killer in the area at the time, they took out a lot of people in the course of, say, 20 years. Weed told us that he hopes to visit Portlock to do some exploring. I'm hoping to camp 3 or 4 days in the area, and maybe set up some cameras just for kicks. I'm not trying to do like a ghost hunter special or anything, but I would like to see if there are some big brown bears in the area, and what might have been seen that would cause people to be spooked. He then explained how Juneau's hidden history focuses mostly on things that are inherently true. Our group has always been about telling the truth and seeing what we actually see, taking pictures of stuff. Do we believe in ghosts? Miners creeping around in tunnels? Absolutely not. We've seen a few things that we couldn't explain at the time, but later as we investigated it was, oh, these rocks slid because of this ice or the timber, decided to finally break because it was all rotten. Do we think something touched it at the time? No. The group has many items they have collected over the years, including uncommon maps that they were given to by collectors. Those items were then scanned at a high resolution and shared with the public. Weed has also pitched a television show to the Travel Channel that aired a pilot last April, with hopes that they can be picked up in the spring of next year. He says that shows that take place in Alaska often do not show true Alaska, and that they hope to change that with their honest depiction of exploring the state.
I was visiting Cooperstown when I was about 13, on a boys' trip with my dad, uncle, brothers, and cousins. We spent a few hours walking around doing the Hall of Fame thing, etc. When we got hungry and wanted to stop for a quick lunch, my uncle stopped a guy walking down the street who was clearly a local and asked if he knew of anywhere to stop for lunch. The local guy said, "Sure, what kind of food are you looking for?" The uncle said, "Just a place to grab a sandwich and a beer." The local guy clammed up and said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you then." Then he looked at the ground and hustled away. On another trip to Cooperstown many years later, my mom and dad and aunt and uncle stayed at a lakeside resort type place with cabins and the like. They had to sign a packet with a list of rules or personal conduct and a pledge for good behavior. It was the strangest thing they'd ever experienced at a hotel, but they said it must have worked because it was the quietest, most congenial place they've ever stayed. My uncle grabbed some stationery from the room, and when they got home, he mailed my mom a report card for her behavior at the resort. He made it look pretty official because my mom believed it, and called my uncle to ask him what his report card said. He gave her a C-. I am from the Pittsfield-Newport area of Maine, and this is the area that inspired a lot of Silent Hill, especially 2. The games, not the movies, those are based on Centralia. Down to a major section of the road map of Newport being South Vale, minus the main road being higher in South Vale. The area is much bigger in SH, though shrunk due to being a game obviously, and there are a lot of peculiarities. The old armory being a hospital in Silent Hill and in a different place. The actual hospital being in Pittsfield. Stuff like that. Incidentally, Ashfield, based on Bangor, should not have a subway. It's far too small for that. But the games are a filter through a Japanese understanding of Maine. It's like the Maine next door, and it's bizarre and wonderful. Like the universe next door. We even get the fog the games are famous for. Some of the buildings in town, I knew how to get around in due to having grown up playing Silent Hill 2. Particularly the apartments in 2 being analogous to a complex in town. So while on the surface this place isn't that bad, on a really, really foggy day, I often find myself humming Null Moon. Perryopolis, Pennsylvania. There's this place called Blue Hole there. It's a really cool hidden diving spot. You have to look for directions from small websites and users posting specifics like, go blank feet beyond the railroad tracks. I went with a friend a few summers ago. A guy I know warned us not to go because he had his car keyed while he was there, but we figured he just parked like a jerk and we'd be fine. This town is out in the sticks, a 15-minute drive away from any cell phone reception or gas station, and almost empty on the way to the hole. Trying to figure out the actual location of the hole was a challenge, and while looking, these two weird guys approached us. Then again, and again. I assumed that they were just following us at some point. The locals there creeped us out enough, and it was starting to get dark, so we headed back to her car. Her window was smashed and everything that wasn't hidden was stolen. From her laptop, dumb of her to have in her car, I know, and wallet, to spray paint cans and a skateboard. We had to drive to the nearest gas station to call the police and try to tape up her car windows. Cops told us we were lucky. Usually the locals like to set cars on fire. Definitely not a place I'd want to be. At least an hour's walk away from civilization, if that had happened.
This is a long time ago, late 90s. When I was 19, I moved from Oregon to Florida to be with my boyfriend at the time. Don't ever do that. I was thinking, white sand beaches and Mickey Mouse, but instead got the swamp, bugs, and dirt roads. It was a huge shock to the system. We lived in this dinky little town called Hawthorne, just outside of Gainesville. Don't ever go there. Very small, one stoplight and 4 stores. Dollar General, Steve's Market, Eckerd's Pharmacy, and Sonny's BBQ, whoopee. Anyway, I got a job at the now defunct Eckerd's in the middle of town. It was next to the grocery store, so everyone shopped there. After about 3 months or so working there, I walked in to start my shift one day when the manager pulled me into his office. Laid out on his desk was about 40 opened letters, all addressed by hand. To me. "Do you know this person?" my manager asked. "No." "Read one." So I picked the cheerful yellow one. Inside were 2 handwritten letters and a magazine cut out of a woman with long blonde hair. Just like me. As the Eckerd manager watched on, I read the letter. I skipped around a lot out of confusion, desperately trying to find out why I'm in this room. From what I read, it was mostly someone imagining what spending time with me would be like. A lot of it was sexual in nature. There were descriptions and comments about my hair, washing it, smelling it, and something about the moonlight. A few sentences were highlighted. Others were underlined. My first thought was, am I getting fired? "Do you know this, David Elrod?" I said, "Yes, I think so." The tall, lanky guy with thick glasses and frizzy dark blonde hair. The regular who comes in a couple times a week to pick up Diet Coke and medication for his mom. Late 20s and obviously socially or mentally challenged. On rare occasions, he would make small talk as I rang up his soda. Once or twice, he would linger at my register or stare at me, but I figured he was just trying to adjust his eyes or had poor social cues. Harmless, compared to some of the other people I had met in Florida, so I didn't pay him any mind. Until that day in the Eckerd's office. I knew he wrote the letters because of a strange encounter 2 weeks earlier. While working, he came up behind me and touched and caressed my hair. I had to remove it from his hands and he apologized. Weird. No harm. I went back to work. After telling my manager this, he informed me that the customer was going to be banned from the store, and I was being sent home while they worked out the details. What details? Confused, I walked out of the store and drove home. Strange. 2 hours after I got home from my non-shift at work, there's a knock on my door. I look out the window and see what resembles a SWAT team. What the heck? I saw men in tactical gear with large weapons, 2 men dressed in suits, and several uniformed cops. In what seemed like slow motion at the time, I opened the door. A female officer holds up a few oddly familiar letters. "Can we come in and talk to you about these?" Realizing everyone in town has read the letters, I wanted to pass out. I don't even know the guy. We have a seat on my couch and she begins to speak. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my boyfriend shooting me dirty looks from the bedroom. The female officer mentions getting the letters from Eckerd's and attempting to issue a trespassing notice. They wanted to speak to him directly, she says, because her whole department is aware of David. The officers confronted him at his residence and attempted to evoke the trespassing notice from Eckerd's store. Apparently, he was not happy about this. He insisted for over 45 minutes how this was all a big mistake, and I wanted to talk to him. He was so combative and persistent, they decided to pursue stalking charges. Stalking charges? She continues. You need to be aware that David killed and partially dismembered his mother when he was 12 years old. He was released from a juvenile psychiatric facility less than 4 years ago. We found disturbing materials at his home, she continued. We believe he's been stalking you. My mind kept wandering. It's my mom's favorite drink. David was arrested the next day for stalking after he was found in the Eckerd's parking lot. But the last official word was he went back to the psychiatric hospital. At least, temporarily. I didn't have the chance to read the letters in full before they were entered into some vault of evidence. Nor did they explain what they found at his house, so I never had the complete picture of what was happening. My boyfriend at the time was a huge jerk about the whole thing, so I moved back to Oregon a week later. Besides, who wants to hang around when Norman Bates is fixated on you? For the sake of the story, I don't recall every word of my conversations in this story. It was 15 years ago. So I will do my best to recreate them to make the story flow, based on what I do remember. I was about 19 when I was offered a job by my cousin to work for our uncle's glass business. They installed giant glass windows in tall buildings and skyscrapers. Not that it's too relevant to the story. The catch to the job was I had to temporarily move to Destin, Florida from Tampa. My cousin lived up in Russellville, Alabama, and I wanted to go visit the family there and leave with them together to go back down to Destin. This was my first long-distance road trip, and my first trip away from my immediate family. Back then, I was driving a puke green Mercury Sable, a car barely capable of getting groceries back home. But in my invincible youth, I didn't care about that. I was just so pumped to be spreading my wings and getting out into the world that the risks didn't concern me. My mom and dad tried to get me to plan and pack better, knowing the trip could have its pitfalls, but it wasn't like the trip was going to take days, and fast food exists, so I wasn't stressing out about that. I mean, I'm not stupid. I packed for the trip and staying for a few months in Destin, but they wanted me to bring food, water, emergency supplies, etc. I declined because it wasn't the 1930s, and of course there are gas stations at every exit, and I had a Razor flip phone. My thinking was, what could possibly happen on two busy interstates? It wasn't like I was going to some far-off country with no cell service. Anyway, fast forward to the trip. I'm a Florida boy. I had no idea Alabama could get so cold, and I had no idea the heat was broken in my car. I had never used it. At first I'm thankful because by the time I reach Alabama, I'm tired as hell, and I had made a lot more stops than I anticipated. I still had a few hours to go, and the cold air was keeping me awake. Finally, I pull off of the interstate and start heading through these smaller numbered roads. The roads didn't have conventional names like in FL. They were just numbered, which I found odd. After driving on those a bit, I started being sent down gravel roads. This was the days of MapQuest, so I didn't have a GPS guiding me through just paved roads or rerouting me around roadblocks. I was starting to get hungry and thought back to my parents telling me to pack food. I should have listened. The sketchiest thing with MapQuest was that you just printed out the directions. You didn't have a map to fall back on, so going out of your way to find fast food at an exit came with the potential of legitimately getting lost. So I had passed a few signs telling me to turn off for food because I was tired and didn't want to chance it. Instead, I was looking for something off the side of the road that I could easily pull in and pull back out with no fuss, and more importantly, no risk of getting lost. My prayers were answered a little down the road when I saw a beat-up old country grocery store on my right-hand side. It didn't even have a name. It just said grocery across the front of the white building. I pulled in because the light shining across the grocery sign was on, but found it odd that most of the lights inside were off. This gave me the creeps a little, but didn't stop me from going up to the door. I was starving, and maybe this was a 24-hour place. I saw a shadow move across the back of the long aisles as I approached the glass door, and surprisingly opened it with ease. At this point, I half expected them to be closed, due to the lack of lighting inside, and hoped an owner would take pity on a tired traveler and let me grab some snacks. I called out, "Hello?" No one answered. I said something along the lines of, "I saw you when I pulled up and was hoping you're still open." Again, no answer. Now this was really naive of me, but I assumed maybe the owner was older and couldn't hear me. There was a constant buzzing sound coming from the back. Or maybe he was deaf, so I went further back into the store. It honestly didn't smell great inside, and I hoped they had at least some chips or something. At least those are sealed. Suddenly, a man emerged from the back. "I'm so sorry, we were just about to close. How can I help you?" he asked with a smile. He nearly made me jump out of my skin at first, but he seemed friendly enough. Not the old man I was picturing, but actually a younger guy, maybe in his 30s. "Yeah, I just came up from Florida. It's been a long drive. I was hoping you guys had something to eat for the trip." "We have plenty. What are you looking for exactly?" he said without taking his eyes off of me. The guy had a weird, unblinking stare that put me on edge. But what made me the most uncomfortable was his smile. He smiled big, but his eyes never moved. As in, the only way you could tell he was conveying an emotion was by looking at his mouth. The rest of his face stayed the same. Most people you could tell they're smiling, even if their mouth was covered because you smile with your whole face. Not this guy. "Just some chips, maybe a Coke? Do you have Doritos?" "Of course," he said, walking past me. He locked the door behind me before turning and smiling. "Don't want anyone else walking in." He chuckled. Him locking the door was creepy, but I shrugged it off because the reasoning was sound, even though it felt off. "Follow me," the guy said, as he walked towards the back of the store. I was young, but I should have been smart enough to know that store owners generally don't give their customers a tour of the store. But I had lived a pretty sheltered life. I could feel that something was off, but didn't want to offend by asking questions like, "What's that smell?" We get to the back of the store, to where those plastic flaps hang that separate the customer side and the back end, when the man sticks his hand through, parting the plastic and says, "Right this way." Now alarm bells are starting to go off in my head, especially as he starts looking around and past me, like someone who is selling drugs and watching out for the police. "Back there?" I ask, and start to back up a little. That's when I notice Chips beside me on the aisle. The guy noticed me see the chips and says, "Yeah, back here. We got our good stuff in the back, you can come take your pick." By this time, I find the source of the buzzing. Flies are flying over the meat section, and the dim light reflecting off of the packaging lets me know that it's been sitting there a while. "I'll just take this if that's all right," I say nervously as I grab a bag off the shelf next to me and start backing up towards the door. "Trust me, those are no good. I have way better stuff back here." He smiles, gesturing for me to head back. I fake patting my pockets and say, "Oh man, I forgot my wallet in my car. I'll be right back." As soon as the words left my lips, I was spun around and did a light jog to the front, increasing with speed as I approached the door. I make it to the door and twist the lock a couple times until I hear the click. I push the door open and turn back to look at where the man is, but he's gone. I jumped into my car and sped out of the parking lot, and didn't stop again until I reached my cousin's house.